Hello. Alright. What is happening with my... What is happening with this guitar? Why is it being spicy? There we go. I fixed it. Hello, welcome. You want to yell a little louder from over there? Yes. No, I'm just over here talking to myself. We need more fog first. Oh. Yeah, okay. Actually, too far forward. This guitar, I swear. I gotta fix the plug. Okay. I guess I'll just, I don't know, play songs I know first until anybody gets here. This is not the right list. Yeah, I'll just go to favorites. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Also, I see the camera's too high. I had all this set up before, and I messed with it. I had all this stuff set, and I fiddled with it. This is what I get. Alright, do I point this at the wall? I think I'm gonna point this at the wall. We'll just center it on the wall. That's good there. Alright. Something I can play first. We can play this one while I wait for people to get here. Work with me, Cable. Hi, girl.
My atrocities come from way of reciprocity. I'm chewing.
I turned it off for right now.
Death be my dignity. Execute and walk philosophy. Poison fills the cup. The current. The lost on me. So costly.
Can you hear me over game? Hopefully you can hear me over game. Hold on. Also, I think I'm going to turn this light off for now. Maybe you can still see me okay? Well, behind the squirrels. Got the green one, has so many lasers. You can hear me over music. Great. That's what I like to hear.
Curiosity fuels my animosity.
Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully Yellow's doing well. Tell this is the warm-up. Alright, we do need lights, because you can't see me. Good to hear, good to hear. Alright, warm-up song over. If you have anything to request, please put it in. I will try. The only one I don't like is the green laser. It's like too much. That one. It's like too much stuff going on. I'm going blind over here. Okay. Well, until I see requests, I'm just gonna keep playing stuff. Yeah, good to hear you're doing well. I don't know what was going on the other day, but drama. Just keep playing stuff. Okay. I can do that. I need some fan though. So we're testing new audio hookup using this box. My OBS broke, so I had to rebuild everything. I had to reorganize the office because Lexo lives here now. He's over there. So if you hear voices in the background, it's not in your head. It's over there. Anyway. Hi, Devin. Enjoy your look.
so sick of crying.
Also, I'm still pretty rusty, but we'll make it work.
She's all alone again, wiping the tears from her eyes. Some days it feels like dying, some days it's not worth trying. Now nothing more than finding, she gets so sick of crying. She's an extraordinary girl, an extraordinary girl, an extraordinary girl, an extraordinary
Yes. More fog. Oh, the fog. Except now they can't see me. Who texts me?
I don't know, I opened with the same team, I think.
She's all alone again, wiping the tears from
So with the fog machine on, I gotta keep the door to the office closed. It gets so hot.
feels like dying. She gets so sick of crying.
It's hot in here. I'd open the window, but there's a blackout curtain in front of it right now, so. Wine, that'll make everything better. That'll make the playing better, right? That's, or at least in my head.
Ain't nothing normal when it comes to you and me. What we have. What we have.
I want to try to fix my position here.
Fighting for
Like this? No, that's more out of frame. This. This. Like this. That'll work. Except now I'm being eaten by lasers. There, how's that? Except that one.
pressure from the swelling.
Wonder why there's a bunch of Green Day playing. No reason. So hard to play this without like a click track in my head. It's hard to talk to. I don't know how people play and sing. Oh, thanks. Yeah, they fit pretty good. I'm going blind, but you know. Also, welcome. Ah, yes. Somebody hit a vape. If you have any requests, please feel free to put them in. I do have pretty much the whole Green Day set list, by the way. No Reason, like this one, which I played yesterday. It's long. Yeah, I mean, thankfully they're aimed kind of like this, not right in my face. The only one that blinds me is this one. Here, we can play this one.
Son of rage and love. Jesus of suburbia, the Bible of love. Son of puppet riddle lad. I never died for my sins. As far as I can tell, these are ones I got away with. And there's nothing wrong with me. This is how I'm supposed to be. Don't believe in me. Television fix. Seen on my crucifix, I live in Rome. On my private room, while the moms and
Well, let me check turning real quick. And yeah, I'm gonna put another light behind me, so it lights me up better. And then I'm planning on putting it to the side. Part of the problem is this cord is, see, no, oh, my volume was down. That would, I can always change the mode. I guess we could just put it on like that mode. Now I don't go blind so much. All right, let me go back a couple measures. Page down goes backwards. Okay.
puppet riddle lad. I never died for my sins. As far as I can tell, these are ones I got away with. And there's nothing wrong with me. This is how I'm supposed to be. Don't believe in me. Television fix. Seen on my crucifix, I live in Rome. On my private room, while the moms and friends away. To follow love and follow dad. To handle all the cigarettes and Mary Jane. To keep me insane. Doing someone else's thing. And there's nothing wrong with me. This is how I'm supposed to be. Don't believe in me.
Oh, it is 4:6. I have to keep looking down and looking back up again. I need a screen like right here. Yeah, and the strumming pattern is hard too. welcome. How are you doing? Oh, they canceled my flight. Yeah, I was there, I was waiting, and they were like, oh yeah, the plane's off on a check ride. I'm like, okay, so if you're canceling on me, and I'm ready, like have all my stuff, I've done all my lesson planning, then surely I should get waived that fee for the one that I missed. Like, it's not the first time they've canceled on me either. I'm just like, okay. But it's still better than my old school, so no complaints.
Are you listening? I can't remember a word that you were saying. Are we demented or am I disturbed? The space that's in between insane and insecure. Nobody's perfect and I stand accused, for lack of a better word, and that's my best excuse.
Okay, that's just a one finger slide, but yeah, all the power chords. Oh, okay, it might help if I was on the right strings. My nemesis, the solo. I feel shame. Can you open the door? Gotcha. Can you open the door?
Running away from pain when you've been victimized. Tales from another broken.
It's hot. It's hot in here. Yeah, I can play a... actually, I don't want to say I can play a couple because I'm really rusty. I haven't played in ages. Apparently, I'm being fogged. Thank you for fogging me. Except it's gonna go right out the door. It's enough. Oh, this is... Never mind. I was gonna say you can open that, but it's just gonna go out that too. I'll just turn my fan up. You know what? We'll just do that. Oh, yeah. Ah, now it's like AC. Oh, you play bass? Oh, now that's something I want to do. I want to try playing a bass. Especially like this song on bass. Yeah. I know it's like, it's the song that everybody's like, oh, if you can play this on bass. If you don't know me. Oh, my percentage went up? Heck yeah. I'm just gonna quit my day job. I'm just gonna play guitar all the time. Just kidding. Anyway, Muse is my favorite band, so I'm a little biased. Like, I think this is a better version of this song than the original. But, I'm just going through songs I know I can play. Sure. Oh, nice. Yeah, Primus is another one on bass.
Love is like a bomb, baby, come and get it on. Living like a lover with a red
maybe?
iPhone. Looking like a tramp, like a video vamp. Demolition woman, can I be your man? Gasoline, a fancy little light. Television, mother, baby, go all night. Sometime, anytime, sugar me sweet. Little missy, innocent, sugar me.
Why'd you open it? Why'd you open it? Well, now all my smoke is going in there. Huh. Okay. Well, I'll see if I have them. I can't buy DLC anymore, so... Well, technically, actually, I should have them all, but... Oh, that's why.
From my head to my feet,
How am I supposed to skip strings that quickly?
red light, yellow light, green light, go. Crazy little woman in a one-man show. Queen, melody, and rhythm out of love. Sweet dreams and got a piece of little, piece of little road. Easy operator, come on knocking on my door. Sometime, anytime, sugar me sweet. Little miss innocent, sugar me.
Yeah, I try to play a couple times a week, but I've been lazy lately. Oh my god, the house looks like a fire happened. Nice. Yeah, I started playing at the end of 2020, beginning of 2021, and the only guitar lessons I've ever had are in here, so if I suck, you can blame this game. Yeah, seriously, look at look out there. Hold on. Ignore this other messy side of my office. Look at how smoky my kitchen is. Okay, is that lined up right? Not quite. A little bit less. Like that. Yeah, it's ambient. Yeah, my dad's gonna come home and be like, what the f... What did you do? Alright, well, we're still in E standards. Oh, we should play the America sound. Oh, nice. So you're probably better than I am. Looks sneaky. So remember when I said I was gonna quit my day job? I think I'll keep it for now. You're a free bird. Nice. I think I played the knockoff Freebird and the new Rocksmith. I tried it out for a couple weeks and was like, man, some of the stuff I like is gone. So it's just practice. It's just practice. Like I can apparently play that song to 87%. We only got an 82. Not selling out any stadiums anytime soon to play that. I mean, any Muse song pretty much I can play, but... Oh, nice. I don't know if I could... I mean, I can play live on this. I don't know if I could actually physically play in front of people other than him. Like this? Forget it. And like some Volbeat songs I can play. I can definitely play rhythm better, but and then like I'm a little bit better at metal songs. I actually have to turn my... I gotta turn my guitar volume down a little bit. It's too high. Oh, you haven't seen Fall Guys before? Oh yeah, it's kind of like that. Oh, nice. I appreciate that. I could send you this guitar. It's my Amazon special that I put a bunch of Fender stuff in. Yeah, the gain's up way too high on this thing. I gotta turn the volume down a little bit. But I can't do it unless I'm in the settings, so... Yeah, I'm not planning on quitting to be a rock star. Ooh, a 5-string, nice. Alright, now I'm getting warmed up. Finally, my fingers are deciding to work with me. Oh, I know that. Like if I had a 7 or 8 string guitar, nope, nobody plays it but me. And actually, I probably will get one, or I'll just put a Sustainiac pickup in one of these. Probably this one. This one plays a little better than this. This one, I don't know. It was a Christmas present, and it, like the neck broke or something where they bought it. So, I mean, it works fine. It's just missing the, like the back plate. But how big are my hands? What can I compare it to? Well, I have a normal size guitar pick. Here. Shoop. So, I don't know. Normal? Normal size? Also, free advertisement for Rockstation. Oh, hold on 1 and reach as far as possible. Maybe 5? Maybe 6? It's a stretch. I'm more comfortable with 5. Like 1 and 5. Maybe someday. When I get my airplane flying money, then I can buy as many instruments as I want. Alright, should we go to drop D? Yeah, sure. Test my stamina here. I just have to check the string I turned. Okay, I don't know that I can actually do the beginning of this, but I can play the rest of it. Fuck's sake! Alright, screw this, we're just playing the rest. There's no break in this song, by the way. Appreciate it. Yeah, so it'd be like rhythm guitar. I should play with this pick. Except it's a pain to hold, because it's like massive compared to the one I usually play with. And I do actually have a... If you haven't heard of these before, these are called Purple Plectrum, so it's pretty thick. Like, side profile. They sell some that are like even thicker. You hold it with like 4 fingers. And like they're perfect for bass. If my hand can stop cramping, we can continue. Oh, uncomfortable? Yeah. I mean, I'd like that one, but if the pick is too big and it's like a complicated song because the strings are so close together, I can't like... I can't skip. Yeah, these are... I think Acoustic Attack? I have Acoustic Attack picks in here, if those aren't them. Like these ones like this, with the like teeth on the end. Oh, okay. Rhythm and bass play the same. Yeah, it makes sense because they're like the back track, right? Ah, okay. What is that? Millimeter thickness? Yeah, fair enough. I mean, people would probably say this pick is like too thick. I think there is some Rob Zombie songs, yes. 1 second. I can tell you which one it is. It's, they've got holes in them. Oh, actually, it's right here. They're Bog Street. I don't know which one the purple one is, but it's... So some of them have like a slant down to like a thinner part. I don't like using these ones as much. I like the orange ones, but that's supposed to be pointy. Like compare it to one that's actually pointy. How do I yeah. So I use them a lot. But now I use the purple ones. With the hole in the middle, it's really easy for me to hold it like this. I know that's not the correct pick holding technique, but I have a really hard time holding like these other style, like traditional style. The way I play, they just fall out of my hands. And then I'm like, I have no pick, and I can't strum with my hands. I don't know how people do that. Alright, let's see. I do. I'll have to switch guitars for that one, but... Yeah, the thick purple one, yeah. I just got the variety pack, so I could try them out, you know? And have like a, oh, this one is better than the others. So I don't like the red ones, because they're small, like just size-wise. The orange ones were nice to use, and like the little flexible part, I didn't mind it, because the pick is wider, and I got big fingers, so. Oh, you know, it might help if we plug the guitar in. Where did I put the cord? Here it is. And I'm not using a Rocksmith cable. I am using a... It's feeding into a Focusrite. And then from there feeding into the... feeding like with digital ASIO into the thing. There's like Rocksmith mods for it, but I just want to make sure I'm not peeking on this. Oh, well, I mean, I like it. It's comfortable to like string skip. Alright, drop DC. Tuning minigame. I do have the Rocksmith cable, I have two of them actually, but I don't use it just because I like the control with this, so. Alright, just checking tuning here. What is happening? Alright, it's not the guitar, it's this cable. This is not cheap. What the hell? Whatever. Oh, that's 17. Hold on a second. Turn my guitar down like 10 in here. I put in a mod that like plus 10s to all the volumes. I can't take it out now. I don't know why. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I've heard that before. Hi, North. See, now it sounds fine. I'm good. How are you doing? I'd be better if Rocksmith would actually detect the notes I'm playing. Yeah, it's you know, it's Rocksmith, so it's always gonna be a little fuzzy. Yeah, I can turn this up now. Well, hopefully things get better for you.
I can never die.
As I go back to playing this. And then it seems like some songs it will do better with, even if they're like custom or low tuned. Oh, okay. Is it cool enough now? Hello? Hello. Is it cool enough now that you can close the door? Oh, yeah. Getting it all foggy in here. Yeah, that works, but I prefer to be more accurate, I guess. Oh, since I'm in drop DC. Here, I'll just go to all songs. You can see everything. So everything that has this heart next to it, I've played at least once. Fair enough. I get that. That's, I'm not saying names. Too much smoke. Nice. Enjoy. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks, will do. That song is super fun to play. Ooh, I went up. 0.5%. Yes. I do have this one too. If you want me to play it, nice song, just let me know. Otherwise, I'm just gonna keep going. He's actually in here. Yeah, you might be able to hear him in the background talking. He's over here on his Xbox, which usually isn't the case. But my stepmom is out of town, so we are in here now. Yeah, that's pretty much as I can dance right there. So, otherwise. Ooh, the chunky Wage War song. I'm actually gonna turn my guitar up a tiny little bit. Like 5%. 6%. I can hear it, it's just quiet. Okay. Actually, can I play this one? I don't remember. I know I can play. I can't play that one. I can kind of play that one. Body bag? Okay. I mean, while we're breaking necks, we might as well just have somewhere for the bodies to go.
God, just shut your fucking God, just shut your fucking Behold your empire of dirt! So tell me what it's like at the bottom. I'm taking on and you shouldn't be from bottom. I can get what you want and get the whole world watching. Just the same as the last nail in the coffin. I'm telling you to bite. Oh my God, just shut your fucking
No problem. Thanks for sitting by. Talk to you later. See you on Monday. Maybe. Alright, now I have to turn the guitar down again. It's too high. 56 was too much. Let's try like 51. I want to hear it, but I don't want it to be so loud you can't hear the song. Over my... Should we play meme? Yeah, let's play meme. Meme. I don't want the chords. No, why are you on that? No.
Rolling suicide.
Why don't think you trust in my self-righteous suicide? I cry when angels deserve to die.
Oh my god.
Why don't think you trust in my self-righteous suicide? I cry when angels deserve to die. In my self-righteous suicide, I cry safe to do.
What? Yes, Rhoda. Table. Sick. Let's see. Oh, SpongeBob core. Don't look at me like that. SpongeBob core.
One studio session later.
The crusted crab's going down when I drop this heat. Plan Z's making sound, have 'em at their feet. They got a lot of shit to say about the chum bucket. Let's see who's laughing last when I turn them into holographic meat. You better run, better run, better run. Just one bucket helmet and you're done. Turn your friends and your family into chum. The secret formula will be mine soon enough. You'll all see, you'll all see, you'll all see. No more wasting all my time. You're the beach and I'm the tide. I'm about to break out, I'm about to break out. Plan C. Hey Karen, pull up that file for me please. I'm gathering up my whole family tree. No F-U-N, only D-O-N with a capital E at the end from my best friend Eugene. You better run, better run, better run. Just one bucket helmet and you're done. Turn your friends and your family into chum. The secret formula will be mine soon enough. You'll all see, you'll all see, you'll all see. No more wasting all my time. You're the beach and I'm the tide. I'm about to break out, I'm about to break out. Plan C.
AI or not, we are taking over. Bikini bottom will sink even lower. The classic car formulas are our last key.
I'm gonna show 'em all plans. The secret formula will be mine soon enough. You'll all see, you'll all see, you'll all see. No more wasting all my time. You're the beach and I'm the tide. I'm about to break down, I'm about to break down. Plan C.
Just a pineapple is still better.
Now I can't hear the guitar. It's like back and forth. Back and forth. No, it's mixer setting. Alright. Maybe that's good. Yes. I give you some spiders.
Somebody I sit. My desolate room. No lights. No music. Just a bar. Killed everyone. I'm away forever. But I'm feeling better. What do I feel? What do I say? Fuck you and I goes away. What do I feel? What do I say? Fuck you and I goes away. How do I feel? What do I say? In the end it all goes away. How do I feel? What do I say? In the end it all goes away. How do I feel? What do I say? In the end it all goes away. How do I feel? What do I say? In the end it all goes away. How do I feel? What do I say? In the end it all goes away. What do I feel? What do I say? In the end
I'm going insane. I think they might have been doing some sugar when they made that song. North, if you have any requests, please put them in. No, I don't want to play it again. No, 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 no. Stop, stop, stop.
I'm not better all the time, you know. Some people call it insane. Yeah, they call it insane. I play Russian roulette every day, a man's sport. With the
Come
bullet
here.
knife. Yeah, mama
Come
calls
here.
right. You know that every time I try to go where I really wanna be, it's already where I am. 'Cause I'm already there.
Oh, he's getting the gushers out. I see. Ow! Don't. Here. You have to come over here to get them. No, you can't turn my webcam. Hey, what are you doing? Hey, you guys like the view of my wall there? Ah! Now it's all messed up. It's all your fault. Goodbye? I'm all alone. Alright, is that right? Okay. That's right now. Okay, well I'm gonna keep playing stuff down here since we're in this tuning. Not that one. Maybe... yeah, sure, we can play this one. sir. Thank you for stopping by. Song is super fun to play. Give me 1 second. Okay. I've played Joe Red. I know it's more Chevelle, but I don't see any requests, so I keep playing what I want to play. But first, Fog Machine. Ah, yeah. Fog Machine. It's actually really uncomfortable to like straighten one leg and bend the other. Or maybe I'm just out of shape. It's probably that last part. Nice. Up 1%. I'll take it. I'll take it. Is that song stuck in your head yet? Here, I'll change tuning since we've been here for a while. Unless I see. Oh. I lied. I lied. We're playing this one first. Okay. Now we'll change tuning because I feel like it. Might help if we had some volume there. Actually, I think if we go down, D standards all 6 change. I think if we go down from drop DC to this C sharp, I think it's only 1 string drop. Yeah, that's me at work every day. Fuck this Rico printer. Oh no, they all changed. Okay. Whatever. Okay. I did not miss. Hello. Long time no see. Thanks. Well, this is a song I can play. If there's a song I can't play, well, then you'll see. How you been? Been better? About the same. At least flight school's going along. I'm almost done. Getting my flight instructor rating. I did not miss.
Comes
Ah, that's why. Tuning slipped. Ghost isn't on here, but I gotta switch guitars, but there is one that's on here.
The salt enters the wounds.
I'm switching because this one's tuned up more.
My take
Yeah, Ghost is a map. There's no guitar in Ghost. Alright, Fog Machine. Yes. Also, if there's any songs you want me to play, or any artists you want me to play, I can see if I either have songs by them, or you can just request. See. Okay. Works for me. Yeah, we haven't talked in ages. I was like, look at the message. I was like, oh shit, I haven't messaged him since 2023. Maybe not the right time, but I already played this one, but I'm gonna play it again after. Oh, why don't I just search? Toxicity? Okay, we can do Toxicity. Or any Muse songs. I can play pretty much any of them now. Anything SOAD. Okay.
Running full system diagnostics. Machine status fully operational. System online. All stations
Okay.
are now enabled.
Okay.
Target dog resistance. Operation overkill.
See what they say. Okay, I can play the rest of this, just not this intro part. Hold on, let me just we're just gonna skip to this part of the song. Nope, too far. There we go. Right? I don't know when the last time I played that game was. It's been a while. Sorry, it's hard for me to talk and play. Oh god. I was gonna tell you something, but... well, it's just one note, pretty much. So there's an Alien game coming out. It's fully VR. So when I said embarrassing, I mean, there's no solos yet, so... anytime there's a solo, though, you'll just see me just... whack. A request! Okay, I'll play his request and then I'll get to yours. So any Muse song, huh? Okay. Any Muse song. I'll just play my favorite one then. I have to retune. Don't drop my pick. Heck. That's why I have backups. I gotta fix a chord after this. Like rock or metal usually. If you couldn't tell. Alright, Chris, let me grab those real quick. Gotta take an E first. Yes, it was. Well, he said any Muse song, so I was like, okay. Alright, this one is other tuning? Is it low tuned? Hold on, let me see. Yes. Requires a 7-string, but I will try. We'll try. I'll try with my little 6-string here. Actually, that one, because low tuning. In a Tool song, I can't say. Oh, that one's dropped the E. Okay, well, we can switch back to this guitar after that. Drop the E. Let me just get these added a queue. And plunk those in the old folder. Cut. Paste. And nope. Re-enumerate, please. Okay. Well, I'll see if I can tune to it. Sometimes the really low ones, it's just like it won't take it. Like my strings get so loose, I'm like, I can push it off the fretboard with no effort. Bug machine, you let me down. Alright, where'd my pick go that I dropped? Alright. Oh, you know, it might help if we plug it in. So I found out the problem is actually not with my guitars. It is with this plug. It gets loose in the jack. Here, what if I do this? What? And just switch them. Oh god. What if I just switch them like this? Yes, yes. Buzz, buzz. Because now it's not at right angle one, so it won't, it shouldn't get twisted when I move. Let's see, I just need to pull a little bit more slack out. This cord is like... got cord spaghetti over here. Yeah, so there's an Alien VR game. I mean, I know Isolation was supposed to be VR, and I used the mod to make it VR, but this one's actually VR. Alright, I should have found it. Venom? Venom? Oh, hold on. Let me see. Okay, I should be able to, because I can play lower than that, so... Alright. Tuning minigame, go! Did you follow? Somebody followed or something. Way to go, Twitch. Way to show me what the thing was. Well, thank you, whatever that was. I appreciate it. Oh, he's a chunky boy. Oh, boy. Chunk. I'm gonna have to adjust these again. Hold on, let me just, It's really fun when I can't see. This guitar has not been tuned this low in a long time. Alright. Should be good now. I'm just gonna double check that it's actually close to the notes. That's pretty close. Oh, you're not a mod anymore. How do I ban you from OBS? Get out of here, bot. Ban? Oh, there we go. Goodbye, bot. I don't want to buy viewers, I'm sorry. That's just more pressure. What, 4-7? Oh, I'm totally in the wrong spot for that. That might help. Eventually found it. I can't jump that fast yet. What? My face is gone. My face is gone. Well, thank you. I'm okay. I'm okay. We'll see how... Let's see. -7. Okay, I'm average, right? Oh, this sounds good too. But, okay. Alright. Let's do a song. That's easy. Well, I don't know if it's easy, but at least we don't have tuning minigame because I'm already in Chutty. Oh, I'm still better than average. Nice. I'll take it. Alright, well, since I have a green light on my fog machine, I'm oh yeah, it's getting a little smoky in here. I'm glad I turned my smoke detector off. Alright. The laser, by the way, has more modes, but some of the modes... Here, I'll just put it back to normal mode. Where's the button? There you go. So this is the cycling mode, and you'll see the green one is way too much stuff. Yeah, see? It's way too much stuff going on. Alright, you put it... I can just search by tool, because I don't have any others. 46 and 2, huh? Can I cheat and play the rhythm track? Haha, just kidding. I would use the, light up picks, but... given that I've never played it before... Nope. Alright, let's see. We saw, my partner and I saw Green Day. I'm pointing because it's sitting right there. We saw them 2 days ago? Yeah, they were pretty good. Well, 10, 12, 13, slide, 10. You have to take the, obviously I'm missing now, but you have to take the note detection with a grain of salt in this game. If I didn't just stutter over myself trying to say that one, trying to play this, come on, get back on beat. What? $78, not bad for sight read. Oh wow, I unlocked skins for amps I can't see. So you guys get all these fancy visuals. I see a black screen with no time. But it's okay. Yeah, I'm just chroma keying it out. I played this one a few times. What, 38 times? Something like that?
Shame on you for thinking you're
That's what I get for being a smart ass and not looking.
crashing down to wasted out, yeah, fading like a dead star. All is coming your way. For thinking we are alone. That's failing to impress. Why can't you sleep?
I just realized it was on the wrong pickup setting. Yeah, I had it on the front pickup, which is like picks up the high notes better, and then the back selection is the top pickup, which picks up like rhythm notes better, and then middle is both, so it blends them. Let's see. Do I have any Green Day that's drop D? Yeah, music things. I do. I'm just guessing. I don't know what these notes actually are. I don't know why they're not mapped. So I end stream. I don't know why I paused it. I end streams with Knights of Sidonia. So you'll get it if you don't have to go early, in which case I'll play it early and play something else to end with. I'm pretty sure this is mapped on like the rhythm track.
I remember the face, but I can't recall the name. Now I wonder what her name has been. Seems like she disappeared with.
Oh, I wasn't even in the right mode.
Did she ever
Nice. Hi, cool.
marry? Oh, what's his face? I made a point to burn all of the photographs. She went away and then I took a different path. I remember the face, but I can't recall the name.
That was the wrong note.
Now I wonder what her name has been.
That doesn't sound right, but right? That's the thing with custom maps, is sometimes they're not right. Alright, back to front pickup. What is that, the neck? Do I know enough cord? I do have enough cord. I know what we need. Get the old wine out. And yes, my wine has a wolf on it. I didn't buy it for any particular reason. Definitely not that. wine and metal guitar? Yeah, it just goes together. You know. Oh, definitely not. No. Definitely not. I mean, like, maybe this one would be better? I don't know. I've only ever played this one, so... Oh, this one's fun. I don't think I have to retune that much for this one. Also, I'll probably go for, like another hour? You did? I think it's in this tuning. Let me just double check before I retune. Oh no, it's right here. So it's drop D, but requires a little bit of tuning, so... Hopefully I don't break a string. Good. Come on, tuning, work with me. I haven't played this one that much, so we'll see.
In my eyes, indisposed, in disguises no one knows. Has the face, lies the snake, in the sun in my disgrace. Boiling heat, summer stench, neath the black the sky looks dead. Call my name through the cream and I hear you scream again. Black hole sun, won't you come? Wash away the rain. Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come? Won't you come? Stuttering, cold and damp, steal the warm wind, tired friend. Times are gone for honest men, and sometimes far too long for snakes. In my shoes, walking sleep, in my youth, pray to keep heaven send hell away. No one sings like you anymore.
I'm just gonna use the excuse of I haven't played in ages.
Sun, won't you come?
I told you I would embarrass myself eventually. Oh yeah, it's really awkward to play.
Drown my fear till you all just disappear. Black hole sun, won't you come? Wash away the rain. Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come? Black hole sun, won't you come? Wash away the rain. Black hole sun, won't you come? Won't you come? Won't you come?
Well, that was something. It's like every note was a different, like, hand position. Yeah, just some red parts, but I went up in progress. Okay. Oh, I know. Oh, wait, whoa. I went right past this one. I can't skip this one. Where was it? Oh, yeah, SpongeBob core. SpongeBob core. Come on. G. Thank you. I need one of those auto-tuning guitars where you just bling and then just bing, like does it all for you. Yeah, so this was the guy played all the instruments, sang all the instrumentals, and then put it through an AI filter to change his voice to Plankton. It's pretty great. I'm just putting the fog so that you can see the lasers better, because otherwise they're kind of hard to see. Also, they're turned a little bit too much.
One studio session later.
I've built machines that'll do more damage than Plan Z, blurring the lines of reality. I'm not alone. This neon tide is an army that'll turn Bikini Bottom to a war zone. They won't even need a bucket helmet or their eyes to bow down for the rest of their lives. 'Cause now the neon tide is breaking like the wishing line. What's real and what's fake will be left up to fate. No love, no truth, no lies, just neon tide.
AI failed. 'cause they got this bucket helmet over eyes. I don't wanna live like this for the rest of my life.
'Cause now the neon sign is breaking like the windshield night. What's real and what's fake will be left up to fate. No love, no truth, no lies, just neon sign. When the smoke rolls in and the light falls out, don't you be surprised. You're the demand, so I'll supply.
On
What's your final wish? You just convenient, don't find out.
clap, clap, clap till you can't take it back.
Your time is up. The neon giant is here to come. You're off. 'Cause now the neon sign is breaking like the windshield night. What's real and what's fake will be left up to fate. No love, no truth, no lies, just neon sign. What's real and what's fake will be left up to fate. No love, no truth, no lies, just neon side.
There's another one too, but it's pretty down-tuned. I know, right? The other one's Plan Z. It's really nice. It's just as good as the other one. I actually think I like this one more. And they have this lyric in there that's like turn your family into chum or something, which is just like the hardest lyric I think I've ever heard in a freaking AI song. Oh, someday I'll be able to play that. Here we go. So this is a guy I've seen in concert a couple times. He records all the music, all the instruments himself. He's it's Van Halen's son. Like Eddie Van Halen, like the guitar player for... Just making sure. I mean, I think there's like 2 of them. This one I can play. I can't play Van Halen, but I can play this. I mean, how do you have this much talent to make music like this and play all of it? Obviously he doesn't on tour, that's impossible, but he sings and plays guitar. And then he has like band with him. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of unfair that his dad was Eddie Van Halen. It's like, oh, Dad, I want to learn to play guitar. Okay. Yeah, well, he only does it on tour, though. Let's see. Oh. Let's see. Oh, here we go. Let's see. Oh, yeah, that's true. But he knew all that stuff before. He played drums on his like with his dad's band.
Take away the sensation inside. Bittersweet migraine in my head. It's like a throbbing toothache of the mind. I can't take this feeling anymore. Drain the pressure from the swelling. Sensations overwhelming. From the swelling, sensations overwhelming. pressure from the swelling. Sensations overwhelming.
Song do you think I'm playing? Okay, goodbye then. I said, what song do you think I'm playing? Without looking.
She's a rebel, she's a saint, she's the salt of the earth. She's a rebel, vigilante, missing link on the beach. From Chicago to Toronto, she's the one that they call, what's her name? She's a symbol of resistance, and she's holding on my heart like every day. Is she dreaming?
I didn't listen to much Green Day before. I mean, other than the, like, famous ones. That's his band. But they were pretty good. I was like, okay. Time to learn all the songs.
She's a rebel, vigilante, she's a link on the beach. She's a rebel, she's a saint, she's a salt of the earth, and she's dangerous. She's a rebel, vigilante, she's a link on the beach. She's a rebel, she's a rebel, she's a rebel, and she's dangerous. She's a rebel, she's a rebel, she's a rebel, and she's dangerous.
What? What you... Joe! Okay, nothing, I guess. You want nothing. Okay, maybe like one or two more? What'd you want? Oh, okay. Let's see. I'll just randomly stop and I'll find one that I can... Never mind, I can't play any of those. I'll randomly stop. No, I already had food. No Jurassic Park theme. Get out of here. No, that one's last. One I can play. Oh, yeah, right. I can play Know Your Enemy if you want. I don't like playing a lot of, like, the same band in a row. I do, but other people are like, eh. They're like, it annoys them or something. I have no problem playing. I can play for another hour if you want me to. I don't have anything to do tomorrow. Oh, it's only 10? if you want, I can give you my Google Drive with all my concert videos. Oh, what do you think it was? And Mizulu's not that hard. It's just like the timing. Okay. Yeah, Rage Against the Machine. Yeah. I think I know. I think I know it. I think there is Rage Against the Machine. Yeah. Oh, this one, yeah. Do. Water noises intensify. Those don't sound right as taps, but they're supposed to be taps. Oh, it's censored. Rage for the Machine. Hey, you can thank Ubisoft for the oh, I could do part of that. I think he has American dreams.
Are American dreams.
I think he might have some American dreams there. Yeah, so that's an official DLC when they were still releasing it. You can buy some of it still, but not that much. I may have sailed the seas to get the DLC because I can't buy it anymore. So let's see, you wanted Miserly? Right, Miserly. I need to get my hand. Do you like my IT water bottle? It says things like, don't put your passwords on post-it notes, and a Wi-Fi symbol with one bar that says the struggle is real. Yeah, we switched over to using this company, which I can't even remember the name of them right now. They're on here somewhere. Cassia? Yeah, Cassia. I'm using it for like remote access into computers. And yeah, they sent me a bottle. I was like, oh, thanks. Alright. Purple pick, please. I would do it with the light up one, but it's a little fast. How about Mizzaloo with distortion? That doesn't sound right. Suddenly we're in a Tarantino movie. See, it's not that hard. I just sucked at the beginning, I guess? Jeez. Thanks. Hi, JB. I'm not a nerd. Alright, maybe a little bit. Oh, here. Country song. But I'll play with distortion on. It just fits. I gotta wait for the speakers to drop, which you can't see. There they are. There's the correct ones.
I dearly love to be, but all my exes live in Texas, and that's why I hang my hat in Tennessee. Rosanna's down in Texarkana, wanted me to push her through. Sweet Eileen's Tambourine, got and Allison's in Galveston somehow lost her sanity. And Dimple, who now lives in Temple's got the law looking for me. All my exes live in Texas, and Texas is a place I dearly love to be, but all my exes live in Texas, and that's why I hang my hat in Tennessee. I go there each night, but I always come back to myself long before daylight. All my exes live in Texas, and Texas is a place I dearly love to be, but all my exes live in Texas. Therefore, I reside in Tennessee. Some folks think I'm hiding. It's been rumored that I died, but I'm alive and well in Tennessee.
See, much better than the original tone.
Who now lives in Temple's got
This one makes me want to put a different type of pickup in this that would actually let me play this properly. Let me move this over a tiny bit. I'm just gonna not try this part. Goofy. Heck yeah. Right. No sweet child of mine. I can play comfortably numb though. Maybe. Maybe. CO. There it is. Apparently I played it as an 84 before. We'll see. With distortion, right? Just kidding.
Is there anybody in there? Just not if you can hear me. Is there anyone home? Come on now.
How does the game know I'm playing? Oh, so I have it plugged into this audio box, so Focusrite. Otherwise you use the cable that Ubisoft sells, which I have, but it's less accurate and it kind of like changes the guitar tone. So I have it plugged in straight and you're just hearing clean, like unfiddled with tone. Well, I mean, other than the tones that the game uses to get you the right sounding notes. And then it uses, like, I don't know, note detection to see if you're playing the right note. Like, that should be an A, which is this. Oh, okay, yeah, I can send it to you. I got a just basic Focusrite. So it accepts XLR and one instrument. But if you get the better one, you can plug the instrument into either because they change the shape of the XLR port. But yeah, I can... just remind me or I'm going to forget. I have quite a few mods running as well. That make it better, like better quality of life. Mods and stuff. Yeah, on Ubisoft did it. Yep. Although, unless you own this copy already, you'll have to buy the new one. Oops. Which is the new one's a subscription model. It sucks. You can't put customs in. And their gallery of over 10,000 songs is like all rap. I did not miss that. Solo. Although if you want, I have all the DLC, and I also have in the folder on my Google Drive, there is a a full copy of the game. Definitely didn't. I obtained that through perfectly legal means. That's all I'm gonna say. So if you're okay playing that, I can get it to you. Oh yes, thank you for bonking that bot. No bots, I'm not buying viewers. It just adds more pressure. I don't, why do they think I need that?
That'll keep you going through the show. Come on, it's time to go. There is no pain, you are receding. A distant ship, smoke on the horizon. You are only
I don't know why it says I always miss that one. Okay, but that one I played wrong. See, now it's fine.
Child is
Well, since JB's here now. Thanks. Since JB's here now, I can I can play numb, sure. My shoulder's numb. Yeah, I think you mentioned. America, Don. Scrub. Let's see. Oh, it's okay. I gotta play the tuning mini game, but it's alright. We can do it. Come on, find G flat. Thank you. Jeez. Oh, since we're in this tuning, I have another one to play after this.
Tired of being what you want me to be, feeling so faithless, lost under the surface. Don't know what you're expecting of me, put under the pressure of walking in your shoes. Every step that I take is another mistake to you. Become so numb, I can't feel you. Become
Oops.
Can't you see that you're smothering me? Holding too tightly, afraid to lose control. 'Cause everything that you thought I would be is falling apart right in front of you. Every step that I take is another mistake to you. And every second I waste is more than I can take. I've become so numb, I can't feel you. Become so much more alone. I'm becoming less. All I want you to do is be more like me and be less like you. And I know I may end up failing too, but I know you were just like me, with someone disappointed in you. I've become so numb, I can't feel you. Become so much more alone. I'm becoming less. All I want you to do is be more like me and be less like you. I've become so numb, I can't feel you. Tired of being what you want me to be. I've become so numb, I can't feel you. Tired of being what you want me to Every second I waste is more than
Nice. Oh, hey. If I'm gonna play a System of a Down song, I'll play a different one. That one's good, but this one's better. But first, what is the name of that song? Oh, it's not in this tuning. Okay, that's fine. Oh, we're playing this one. It's censored. Just a heads up. I'm extremely disappointed, but nobody's gonna make a custom because it's an official DLC. So.
Protection!
god, so many requests. I know, it sucks it's censored. But
Everybody's going to the party, have a real good time. Dancing in the desert, blowing up the sun.
I'll do the requests, but I'm sitting down. I'm sitting down. Which means I gotta adjust the camera. Which means you get to see how dirty my desk actually is. Oh yeah, look at all this mess. Point this down so I'm not going blind. Is this okay? Ah, yeah, it's so much better for my shoulder. Like this. Alright, let me see what the tunings are. And then I'm gonna close the request thing. I'll do what's in here. Oh my god. That's right. I can do these. Alright, how do I stop it? Alright, let me, Huh? Okay, well the first one, how do I show you my screen? Oh god, I have to add an overlay. Display capture. Oh hey, would you like to see OBS loop? No. Other screen, please. The first one is borked. Song blank, tuning blank. Not found. Goodbye. What? Invalid user? Huh? Alright, I'll just skip it. Right, duality doesn't... Okay, I know I have body bag. I know I have bow down. Why doesn't it have... Alright, you know what? I know these exist. I know some of these exist. I'm looking for duality real quick. I would be surprised if it's not mapped. Okay, it is. Oh, there's a drop D version. Okay. OBS's, yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna leave the thing open. Okay, I know I have body bag. Let me grab, here, you guys can see. Why not? I don't care. The other screen, OBS. God. Okay. I have that one. I don't know. I think I have zombified. Hold on, let me see. Do not. Do not. I do. Okay, I don't have bow down. I don't know what it's saying. I have it. Yes, give me your suspicious link from Mediafire. Okay. Okay, obey. I do have other, I have the new, Bring Me the Horizon songs if you'd rather. Have you heard those? I think I'd rather play those than obey, but it exists. C drop B. Okay. Yes, more suspicious links. Yeah, I do like them more. Okay, I'll play the other ones. And this one is official DLC, but I'm pretty sure I have it. Let me check. I do. Okay, we'll do that one. We'll do them like in order. So, okay, let me go down the list first. So, nope. Hold on. I have to... Oh no, you get to see my downloads. I have to wait for this message to go away. No rainbow in the dark. No Rock of Ages. It has to go through all my DLC, which there's a lot. Oh, only 400 in here. Really? There's gotta be more than that. Okay, yeah, 400 plus 1,000. 1,090, so it's just gotta go through 1,600 songs. Okay, there's a space there. Okay. Let me just see if any of the other ones are down here. These are really low. Oh, sorry. There you go. Now you have the... Oh, this song's a bop, though. Alright, we're playing this one first. In case you're wondering, this guitar is just for show. I don't play it anymore. Oh, yeah, man, this one is so good. Alright. Tuning minigame, go. Oh, JB, if you're gonna play this game, you have to take the note detection with a grain of salt. So, it's really shit. Okay, I'm just gonna say that's good enough. Because I can't get the string any looser, it's gonna fall off. Oh my god, my camera's not low enough. Eh. There. Can you see my hands okay? Yeah, this is top of the neck. This is the upper part. Not good enough. Look at this mess. I just shoved everything back.
Just give me one more try to make you feel that vibe.
Oh, yeah, I know. I'm working on it. I want to get a dual camera set up, but I don't know. Do I put it next to the other camera? I don't know.
I'm here for the moment, here for the beat, here for the love that our friends like to know. I'll be there for we're pushing to the limit, and everybody's feeling the sound of the night. I don't wanna stop, we're pushing to the limit, together we will crush the morning light.
My tuning is way off. That's why it's missing. That's why it's like missing so many. I mean, most of the stuff on my desk is supposed to be here. I just don't have a big desk. I mean, my wall is right here. So, I got like flight school stuff. I got cords. I got my glasses, my car keys, my work keys. Alright. Sorry about that little intermission. Oh. Okay. I gotta play the percuss. Alright, this one first. Alright, let's get some tone back in the guitar. Now we're playing some actual notes. Oh, and this is very important to have on my desk. Oh, shit. So I can do this. Also, quick lesson. The little X's on the notes mean muted note, so this is open. And then I told you the note detection is garbage. And then a muted note is... That's not a good example. There you go. Open, muted. You just rest your palm on the string. And then any with the arrow pointing down is a hammer on, like this. And then any with the arrow up is a hammer off, so... Yeah, that's your lesson. Okay. Any with the, like, squiggle that look like lasagna is, like, just playing like this. Any with the little dot is a harmonic pinch. I can't figure those out. You're supposed to, like, touch the string and the pick at the same time. You're supposed to, like, touch it with the side of your thumb. I haven't figured those out yet. Let's see. Any other notes? Oh, if it, like, goes like this, it's just a vibrato, and any that is, like, straight with a ramp up is just telling you how far to bend. So, anyway. That's your lesson for today. I know I'm hitting the right note because it'll detect some of them. Obviously those are chords. Here's your bend. Here's your bend that apparently breaks the string. Alright. Well, hopefully there's no high E strings in any of the other songs. I'm gonna just skip it.
You better recognize.
That's alright, I have extra strings. These ones are pretty old, so... It needed to be restrung. My fault. I do it now, but it's gonna take me like 10 minutes. Huh?
So I had this dream and everything, and I watched it come alive.
That feels weird now.
My skin and I learned to love the lies. Now I lay awake and I contemplate. Have I become what I hate? Can I take it back? 'Cause it's all I have. Will they get the best of me? Have you ever had a time? Would you fight for it? Would you go to war? Would you die for it? No one take what's said. No one make you stay. And if you say forgiveness, you get nothing from me.
No restring. Oh, crap. I'm actually hitting some of them with the other string. I'd have to find them. I have some strings in here, but they're like the thick ones. 30. That's pretty thick. Oh, actually, I have an 8 here, but 8's too thin. The way I play, 8 is too thin. 8 will break immediate. Like as soon as I tune it, it'll wing. I can tell why it broke. It's like if I run my fingers on it, they're like kind of like, I don't know how to describe it. Crusty isn't the right word, but I guess we can use that word. I just have to make sure it's out of the way, because if there's any metal in front of the pickup, it'll feedback. Oh, Technotrain. Okay, let me see. I'm looking for the others. Okay, we're going up. We're going up. Oh, zombified here. Okay, this one I know doesn't have any, Yes, I know I have other guitars, but I like to leave this one pretty high tuned. I'm wincing because I've had them snap before and hit me in the hands. We're just gonna skip. Alright, and the other one? Oh, that's right.
Stars are living under your bed. Just ignore the voices in your head. By the lies they said,
Look at the cord slipping out.
Your tongue, 'cause you don't wanna piss off anyone. Traumatized by the damage done. Welcome to America. Years ago, they're canceling you. They won't stop till everybody's satisfied. They're pumping us with lies like it's too loud to hide. We're dead inside. Guns on and on, let this go. When it stops, we'll never know. We're hypnotized. They won't stop till you're zombified.
Big zombie. Alright. Let's see. Alright. New Bring Me the Horizon. It's time to hydrate. I need to retune. Oh, it's because I didn't lock in the tuning. So if you don't lock in the tuning and do the fully, it asks you every time. Get your drinks ready. And the circle pit. Hi Dan, how's it going? Down pad. Yeah, like the song said, get up. I can. I'm missing a string there, I can't.
It's like la 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 la.
If we pass the Ailstorm song, I'll play it.
This was gonna end into some shit like that.
Oh, 2 bird dogs? Yeah, that'll wake you up. This one first. All the head pet taxes are happening. You know, I have Exclamation mark head pat at who? Uh-oh. Game crash? No. Not the game crash. Ah, God. Hold on. It happens. It hasn't happened to me in a while, but it happens. Wow. I'm blind. Rocksmith, why you load with a white screen? Oh, nope, it's going. It's doing a thing. Okay. So I have a mod that skips all the intro crap
Rocksmith.
and just goes and automatically loads my profiles, does everything for me. Highly suggest. Alright. Well, you're playing Mars Stimula. It has to find it first. It is. don't let them bite you. No nibbles. Not acceptable dog behavior. Unless you're him. Playing his Xbox, he didn't see. Can talk about him all he wants, he's got headphones. Oh, but crap, he took his headphones off. Nothing. We're not talking about you. Well, if it's a puppy, it's okay. Alright, let me see. I really like Chevelle, but okay, I'll move on. Oh, hey. This one's fun too, but that one uses, I can hear that that one uses the high string, so okay. Alright, hopefully no high string in this one. How are you supposed to triple strum that? I'm good. Why is there batteries? I'm not a prodigy. Nice. Yes, I remember VR chat drinking days. Oh wow, a boombox. Alright, I can play that now. When I first started playing guitar, what, end of 2020? It was right after I left Mural, so I don't know when that was. I think it was August 2020. But I got a guitar and then I've been playing since then. Oh my god. Why is it giving me all these Chevelle songs? Although I haven't played in like a month. Something like that. What? I've been pat. Alright, screw it. We're playing Chevelle songs. Why not? I'm way past the time I usually go, but I don't have anything to do. I saw Chevelle live and they're like right next to Muse on my list of favorite artists. Oh, maybe I should have retuned. I was like, that's not the right notes. Look. It's a broken string. Meow. The high E. Alright. Let's go back to the beginning. The beginning, I said. I'm still playing for a bit. I'm still playing for a bit, if that's okay. Okay. Yeah, high praise, right? No, that sounds right. The other tuning is definitely wrong. Why do I look at my camera when I talk?
You used to beg me to take care of things and smile at the thoughts of me failing.
I'll get your request here, don't worry. I can play for a lot longer sitting because then I'm not holding the weight of the guitar. Have you heard Chevelle before? Nice. And everybody knows the red. There's actually an Architect song called Seeing Red. There it is. It's like a... So Architects is known for their like heavy stuff. And they made something different on their last album and everybody hated it. So then they made this one as like a diss track. It's pretty good. Although if I don't keep moving, I'm gonna sit here and play all these songs. Okay. More Bring Me the Horizon. so mean. Hey, stop buzzing. Like over here fighting with the strap. Just take it off. I went up 0.2%. This song's good. This song's good. This song's good. That song's good. That song's good. That. Ooh. Have you heard the new Muse yet? The new Muse album? It's pretty good. I don't know why it has you tune that one. You don't use that string in this one. Amusing, yes. Oh, I should play the Halloween song. Alright, if I find it, I'll play it.
I would concede and let someone trample on me. You strung me along, I thought I was strong, but you were just backslide on me. I've opened my eyes and counted the lies, and now it is clearer to me. You are just a user and an abuser, living vicariously. I never believed that I would concede and get myself blown asunder. You strung me along, I thought I was strong, but now you have pushed me under. I've opened my eyes and counted the lies, and now it is clearer to me. You are just a user and an abuser, and I refuse to take it. Counter-attack, I'm playing you at your own game. I'm cutting you out, a shadow of doubt is gonna hang over your name. I've opened my eyes, I see your disguise, I will never see you the same. I know how to win before you begin, I'll shoot you before you take aim. Now I'm coming back, a counter-attack, a psychological war. I'm cutting you in, I'm under your skin, now I'm gonna settle the score. I've opened my eyes, I see your disguise, I will never see you the same. I know how to win before you begin, I'll shoot you before you take aim.
Nice. Well, of course he gets. Is it? Is it what? Is it nice? I guess. I mean, dogs being fed is good. Yeah, this is the other, like, popular Chevelle song, and this one. Oh god. No, mute.
really know why, but you wanna justify ripping someone's head off. No human contact, and if you interact, your life is on contract. Your best bet is to stay away, motherfucker. It's just what
I can get. I just have to get from him. Sits over there. Ah, shit. Ah, crap. What's happening? Everything's breaking. Okay. Still looking for your requests. No, not playing that one. Ooh. More SpongeBob core? Just kidding. Oh. We'll get to your request. I mean, it might even be in this tuning, so. Sorry, small intermission. Okay, now looking for your actual requests. Ah, Buddy Bag. That was on there.
I'm telling you to bite. Oh my God, you shot your fucking.
That song is hard as hell. Like, not to play, but... Also, a good new one. I'm gonna keep moving though. I think you had one other one, if I can find... Oh, this is in here. I mean, I'm free. I thought it was IC. Oops. Oh, wasn't it up and drop D? Okay. Fighting with cords. Is he good? Is he good? Like he may be in some slight pain. Just a guess. Ah, this one's good too, but it's 10 minutes. I'm gonna keep going. Ooh, look, this tuning. Dead. Ah. Oh, the Halloween song. Halloween first. Spooky dance. I mean, it fits. Oh, you can't see me anymore, but I have jack-o'-lantern lights up there. It's spooky season. Come on. Jeez. Alright, now I have all 6 strings, so no excuses, right?
You got me checking my mirror. You make me feel like I'm on the run. Where'd you hide the gun? The kitchen knife in your hand. Are you the poison? Are you the cure? I'm not so sure. I'm shackled. There is no way out. I can't escape. When you turn out the lights, you make me feel like it's Halloween. It's Halloween. When you smoke on the house, you make me feel like it's Halloween. It's Halloween. You cut me off from my friends, you cut me off from my family. I'm in misery. Each day I fall to my knees, I see the writing is on the wall. Now I'm in withdrawal. There is no way out. I can't escape. When you turn out the lights, you make me feel like it's Halloween. It's Halloween. When you smoke around the house, you make me feel like it's Halloween. It's Halloween.
And now an epic drum solo. That song is so good. So is this one. Alright, I think your request is up in drop D, so I'm just gonna zoom up there and look for it. Are you gonna be mad at me if I play another one that's not on the request list? Screw it. Oh, I don't care. I don't care what you think. I'm not muted, right? No, I'm not muted. Okay. Alright, let me see if I can find this other one you wanted. Here it is. Eyes.
I push my fingers into my eyes. It's the only thing that slowly stops the ache. But it's made of all the things I have to take. Jesus never ends, pushes its way inside. If the pain goes on.
Nice. That one's fun to play. Alright, and now to end a 20-minute song. I'm just kidding, I'm not gonna put you through that.
Make it dirt dance floor again. Say your prayers and stop it out when they
we will end on... Tuning, work with me. Get on your horses. It's time to ride.
time has come to make things right. You and I must fight for our rights. You and I must fight to survive. No one's gonna take me alive. The time has come to make things right.
Heckarade.
You
Welcome in, Raiders. I'm about to end, but we'll carry the raid somewhere else as soon as I'm done.
Refill up the thing.
Ooh!
Can you not ooh at the ghost?
No, that's
The
the
fuck was
suggested. That's the suggested plan.
Turn off your flashlights, I can't tell if there's orbs.
Nice. What were you up to? No, I don't. Nice. I'll have to give you a follow. So I can check you out. Give you some requests. Oh, nice. Yeah. Nice, nice. Yeah, I'm probably like the biggest Muse fan that at least I know. So I always am like, oh yeah, okay, we're gonna end on Knights of Sidonia like they do. I mean, oh, you can't see. Shush. Shush. I can just shush it from here. Shush. Okay. I have a, state. Muse poster. Anyway. Oh yeah. They're pretty great. Alright. I am going to give you a follow when we're done. No, don't play it again. Don't play it again. What time is it? Maybe I can play one more. Just because, I mean, I got a raid. I gotta play one more. Alright, where's one I can play? There, hold on. Okay, great. That doesn't actually show me correctly. Let's see here. Let's see. Perfect. Perfect. I gotta find my pick again. Oh, it's right here. Never mind. for the follow, I'm assuming? OBS is acting up today, so I can't actually see. See, now I'm like, do I keep... Maybe we'll play a couple more. That's my problem with this game. I'm like, alright, maybe we can play a couple more. I'll play something not Muse. I already played that. I could play it again.
Drain the pressure from the swelling. The sensation's overwhelming.
Oh, Time of Your Life? I could play Time of Your Life. I do take requests. Right now I'm in East Standard, so if you have something in there, I'm happy to do that. Looking. Alright. We'll play this one while I wait. Starlight's good? Okay, we can play Starlight. We'll play Starlight and then end. After this. Normally I'm standing up, but I've been playing for so long my shoulder's killing me, so I'm... Transition to seated.
Take away the sensation inside. Bittersweet migraine.
Yeah, that's my problem with this game. I just can keep playing.
It's like a throbbing toothache of the mind. I can't take this feeling anymore.
That's why the camera's at a weird angle.
Drain the pressure from the swelling. Sensations overwhelming.
Nice. Oh yeah, you got those thick strings to deal with.
Kiss the demons out of my dreams. I get the funny temptation's overwhelming.
Oh, okay.
Pressure from the swelling.
I want to try bass. Someday. I can hit notes.
She's a rebel, she's a saint, she's a salt of the earth. She's a rebel, vigilante, missing link on the she's the one that can go. What's her name? She's a symbol of resistance, and she's holding on my heart like a grenade.
Nice, nice. It's the fourth time I played that, I guess. Alright, Starlight. Yeah. Oh, camera, don't fall down right now. No, not the time for your shenanigans. Oh my god. Why? I can't. Stay on your... Oh my god, stay on your crappy tripod. Stay. 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 Okay. Today's been that and broken string on this one, which I had to fix. That's right. We kept playing, we just skipped that string. Oh look, you can see my messy office over there.
Far away from the
This one's easy on guitar. Bass. Well, I mean, it's repetitive, I guess, but like most bass songs are, right? I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. Why doesn't that sound right? Oh, because I'm hitting the wrong notes. I see. I see. It's my fault. One more. Because he reminded me of it. An appropriate ending one. Not that that wasn't. Also, this will be the second time I played this song, so expect.
Another turning point, a fork stuck in the road. Time grabs you by the wrist, directs you where to go. So make the best of this test and don't ask why. It's not a question but a lesson learned in time. It's something unpredictable, but in the end is right. I hope you had the time of your life. So take the photographs and still frames in your mind, hanging on a shelf in good health and good time. Tattoos of memories and dead skin on trial. For what it's worth, it was worth all the while. It's something unpredictable, but in the end is right. unpredictable, but in the end it's right. I hope you had the time of your life. It's something unpredictable, but in the end is right. I hope you had the time of your life.
Nice. Alright, that'll do it. Now I gotta find somebody to read.
For what it's worth, it was worth all the while.
If I don't accidentally alt F for OBS, that would be my luck. Alright. Let's see who's live. Nobody. Okay. Nobody's live. Oh yeah, no problem. Let's see. Are you actually playing Rocksmith? They are. They've been playing for 12 hours? Oh my god. I don't know who this person is, but let's go over there. Well, I appreciate it. We don't always do guitar streams. Sometimes I do Flight Sim or whatever game like moves me. But yeah. I will see you around. I'll give you a follow. And I'll definitely pop in your stream one of these days. This guy's a bass player, so we get to see some of this stuff. So anyway, y'all take it easy. Don't work too hard. I will see you when I see you, flight school permitting. But yeah, let me know. And yeah, I'll see you guys later. Goodbye.